make לשונס גג. אה?
Փաստորեն նաև կան հիմնական նկարներ են իմ մոտ սլայդերում, որտեղ այդ կազմակերպությունների առաջի էջերն են եւ այլն էլի։
Միանակ։ All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Checking. Availability of translation checking. Technical checking. 1, 2, 3. Good morning. Multi-stakeholder approach to the national internet governance. Day 2, Monday, September 8. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for attending this meeting, and thank you for giving me a chance to present to you this program, Safer Armenia. I'm working in a media education center. This organization since 2007 is dealing with media literacy programs in Armenia with dissemination of media awareness. One of our main directions is the security, safety and protection of children online. Today I am going to present to you the international experience of protecting children online from hazards and risks, and the situation in Armenia and the programs that we are going to implement here. Let's start with the approaches and definitions. As long as for adolescents the hazardous content has different definitions in different countries, and the approaches are quite different in different countries. However, the internet risks could be classified in the following groups. Say hazardous for adolescents or undesirable content, including like adult content that is, well, stipulated for adults, materials and communication around these materials, encouragement of hatred, xenophobia, racism. The next group could be in general terms characterized as, say, misuse of private data or personal data. The other group of risks is pornography, children pornography, and also sexual harassment of children, naturally, and other types of misuses of the kind. If we were to consider what kind of measures are taken in different countries, all of these measures could be seen in 3 dimensions: technical, educational, and informational, raising awareness, that is to say, and also legal. And these 3 dimensions they have different role players, including state, non-governmental organizations, the special organizations, private educational institutions that are also, that could be considered as participation of the state, and simply parents and citizens, for individuals. What actions are being implemented in general terms in order to, say, overcome or these challenges and to make the environment more safe for children? Firstly, there are being created, specially stipulated for children, special educational raising awareness platforms with creative and educational content. And these platforms, these internet space helps children to be involved in positive online activity. That is to say, possibility is created for children to be engaged accordingly to the needs and qualifications of their age. The second type of measures are devoted to raising awareness and empowering, devoted to media literacy, internet literacy, raising, kind of directing. There are even countries where in all schools they have special courses, subjects that are to be taught in all secondary schools, like they have special lessons on media awareness and information awareness. The fourth type of activities is developing corresponding tools and rules, codes of behavior. That is to say, they are creating age-relevant personal platforms with the protection of private or personal data for children, or maybe they also use more widely parental control programs, and the providers themselves classify the online resources according to age, and this group, tools and rules, this deals with the technical dimension where this kind of measures are being implemented. Information providing or internet service providing companies, they are voluntarily adopting certain behavioral codes, and according to those behavioral codes, through cooperating with each other, they try, I'm repeating it, they try to create, firstly, for example, like to bring to raise the awareness of the parents for the availability of parental control programs. They are suggesting, or they are making classification of the online content according to the age, which would give some navigation or orientation possibilities for the users to understand which is relevant, which is proper, which is not for certain ages, and are creating corresponding private, personal platforms. And the final point is the legislation, the laws that would allow to fight against sexual harassment, against grooming, against all types of unlikely, undesirable activities in the internet that would create hazard for children. So you see that the implementation part all goes to the law enforcing entities. There are countries where all these things are exclusively implemented by non-governmental organizations or the internet industry itself through cooperation and collaboration, and there are countries where state has equal participation in the implementation of all of these measures and activities. I shall bring a couple of examples now. The European Union member states countries, the protection of children is considered to be a priority, and the very first initiative started in 1999. It was called Safer Internet. In the framework of that program, they created a network of safe and raising awareness network, which is now acting in 28 countries of Europe, Norway, Iceland, Serbia, and Russia. And in safe network, annually organizes Safer Internet Day. They are performing, they are organizing and accomplishing wide-scale safety-raising programs, and they have four main elements, as I said: the awareness centers, the psychological connection, the hotline, and the youth platform. By the way, Armenia, in the face of the Safer Internet program, is cooperating with this program in SAFE already for 6th or 7th year, and this year we, together with them, in a sense, celebrated the Safe Network Day, all global day. And the other program is the hotline provided and supported by InHope network. From 45 countries are participating in this hotline network, around 51 hotlines, it is including not only Europe, but USA, Australia, Canada, Japan, and we have started to negotiate with this network as well for our participation in it. How does this hotline work? Each hotline, with the support of volunteers, collects addresses of websites with illegal content. Well, naturally, each of the hotlines acts in accordance with the legislation of their own countries. It means that from country to country, the illegal content can be different. Well, all countries have special laws that are for protection of children from sexual harassment, sexual abuse, and child pornography. Everywhere this is considered to be illegal content, and with the help of volunteers, it is very interestingly stated here. You see in this chain, it shows that from the very moment when the volunteer reports, whistleblowers, that there has been such a case, gives the information till it reaches the law enforcing body and till the site is being banned. And very interesting statistics in European country, from citizen to law enforcing body. This chain takes it takes 1 day, 24 hours, all in all. So, from citizen to the site, banning of the site, it takes 72 hours in Europe and 3 days all over the world. So we see how indeed productive is this chain, this organizational method. The hotlines, there are hotlines here because each of them acts according to the legislation of their own country, which are also whistleblowing about cases of xenophobia, racism, intolerance, hate speech, which are encouraging this kind of illegal and undesirable activities. They give information about this. The other initiative, all European initiative, is the European INEXO network for child safety online, as you heard. This network is dealing with children's rights and the protection of children's rights. This is a network of this kind of civic organizations, NGOs, which are dealing with, in a sense, they are developing the policy. Since 2011, Safer Internet Armenian program, in the face of Media Education Center, is participating in this alliance, and we are exchanging with them experience. And although this is a program for European Union countries, but for the member state countries, also Russia, Ukraine, and Armenia are participating, and Turkey, by the way, are participating in this network. Another important matter I'd like to mention, that there is an interesting trend in Western countries that this sphere, children safety, children protection, is considered to be a field where it is necessary, it is mandatory to cooperate instead of competition. That is to say, organizations in 2011 in Europe, around 30 information industry sector organizations decided to join into an alliance to make the internet safer. And well, it started a lot of omnidirectional collaboration, exchange of experience, and different good things. The next program. Since 2004, October, in the United States, October was recognized as the month of national cyber security. And since 2010, this campaign started, which is titled Stop, Think, Connect, with the support of the US government. And the work was led by the National Cyber Security Alliance and Anti-Phishing Working Group fighting against cyber crimes. These organizations. This campaign has been spread, has acquired great, vast popularity, not only in the United States, but also all over the world. And I want to say that Armenia has joined this campaign, and Safer Internet Armenia program has started cooperating with this alliance as well since 2013. And this year we are going to present in Armenian language the security messages developed by National Cyber Security Alliance. Keep your computer clean, be vigilant, be wise, be polite, internet citizen, and a whole range of other very, very good and promising messages. As long as we have guests from Russia, I'd like also to speak about how they solve the problems of children's security in Russia. Since 2022, Russia is holding this initiative called Safe Runet, which is taking place in January. In Russia, they are Safer Runet Safer Internet Center. In Russia, they call it the Center of Safe Internet in Russia, which is also has quite membership in the other networks I spoke about. Here, I would like to say that the Russian Safe Internet Center is collecting information not only of child misuse, abuse in internet, but also about nationalism, racism, say propaganda of terrorism, dissemination of drugs or some religious sect propaganda. And in Russia, they have also created a unified list of things, of sites that should be banned, are illegal, and it is being watched very thoroughly, and there are punitive measures. There is an organization titled Roskomnadzor, which is making decisions on banning this or that site, and this decision is made on the basis of complaints or whistleblowers of citizens. Now, about our programs in Armenia. I want to repeat that Safer Internet Armenia program started, the preliminary preparation work started in 2008, completely by the initiative and done by volunteers, by the way. This initiative started by volunteers. And in 2009, in schools, we started a range of workshops, Safer Internet in schools, with the support of the organization Local Office of Microsoft. In 2010, we created the Safer Internet Council, which was joined by ISOC, the National Center of Educational Technologies, and such international organizations like World Vision, the Armenian Fund of Relief. In 2010, this platform, Safe AM, was put into exploitation, and indeed Armenian language and Armenian script materials were created. A library was provided. We translated into Armenian language and published the collection of books of materials for InSafe Internet, and this work was done by with the support and help of World Vision, with Media Education Center, and we had campaigns on public awareness raising, and at the same time lessons were provided in secondary schools from February till May. In 2011, we published and disseminated the European Council Internet Literacy Manual in Armenian language. In 2012, a very important year it was for us, the 2012. Our program was joined by Orange Telecom company, and our work was empowered in a sense, and in February 2012, Safe AM site in Armenian internet domain had registered in February the maximum number, the biggest number of attendances, visits, and actually our site under the title of Education and Science was the most visited one, and around 800 schools joined this campaign, which was kind of something quite unprecedented, and till today we are surprised and nicely surprised with this activity. A lot of open lessons were delivered, provided in the course of 2013 and 2014. In 2013, we published in Armenian language the Manual of Diplo Foundation of Internet Management, its second and third editions. Then in 2014, we had 7 delegates, 2 school children, 2 high school students, 2 students and they participated in these forums of safety in Singapore and in Beijing. And in 2013 there was a lot of other activity in joining this InSafety program, and something else very important happened for us, that Safe AM site was recognized as one of the best 20 sites, and we became candidates for the prize in the for the say public awareness and social activity among 140 other sites that were presented for the competition. Thank you very much, and I would be more than happy to answer to your questions if you have any. Մարետա Դավթյան, միկրոֆոնին մոտիկ խնդրում եմ, հա։ Միացնել է պետք միկրոֆոնը, այն միացրած չի։ Այդ միկրոֆոնը միացրած չի, այդ միկրոֆոնը։ Այդ միացր։ Okay, thank you very much. Misak Mezarens, number 146, secondary school, director of the school and teacher of physics and informatics, member of Media Education Board. I want to say that I'm really very happy for the organization of this forum, Armenian Internet Governance Forum, and I'm glad to be here, and I want to express my gratitude that also educational representatives have participated at this forum, because this is very, very important for me, and I can't overestimate the importance of the cooperation of Media Education Center with educational industry. And I want to express my deep gratitude and to say that in our contemporary world it is very, very important to take care of children's safety, and not only safety, in the face of children children, also security and safety of parents, which are sometimes less aware than their children about these risks and hazards. And these initiatives of Media Center are really encouraging the representatives of educational sector to be involved in more creative work. I want this to be continued. And my question is to Mrs. Narine Khachaturian. What kind of new programs are there? I want to be aware, and whether this initiative is going to be continued. Thank you very much for the question. By all means, firstly, we're going to continue Safer Internet program, and this year, as I said, we are going to present to the attention of the public new messages, and we'll disseminate them in schools. We have already cooperation with one of the biggest companies of United States, which is dealing with cyber activity issues. You will see that more clear-cut and global messages will be presented. Well, we can only say thank you. Good morning. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Vladimir Sahakyan. I am representing the National Academy of Science, the Institute of Automation, and I will try to introduce to your attention the National Research and Education Network, its problems and some solutions, its challenges and some solutions that we have come to in the course of serving and developing this. My presentation consists of the following parts: main data, international cooperation and our projects, the services, the computing means, and the solutions, the challenges and the solutions to them that we have found. And the Research and Educational Network has been created on the basis of academic research and education network, and already for more than 20 years we are acting, we are there, we are acting, connecting research and educational organizations. I have to tell you that this network was created thanks to Hayastan Foundation, which started to operate in 1993, started to implement a program with the help of which we purchased a satellite antenna, which was placed in Yerevan Institute of Physics, and our institute was commissioned to create a city intranet. That was the very first computer network that would work by those standards. That was a very small one, indeed, and it was created on the basis of Silink radio modems. They included only 5 nodes, including the Burakan research center, which was out of Armenia, and Burakan Observatory, and that was our first experience. This network has developed rather now, and it has a whole number of services about which I will tell you. We are indeed implementing many different programs, and today this educational network is connected with all European research and education domain, and is using services and is getting advantage of the services. There are more than 60 organizations membership the network, including academic institutions, the universities. I would say Artsakh State University has also joined us. We are keeping a special line for that communication line for that university, and the network is uniting organizations which are situated in 6 cities of Armenia. This is the scheme, the main structure, topology of the network, the architecture of the network. We are using fiber optic lines, cables. There are backup lines which are using radio modems type Avlar, but they also are providing the so-called flexibility of the network, and whenever it is necessary, we to have very quick connection, or to say participate in an event, or to join a new organization, etc. And the network is member to a whole range of associations: JANT, European Green Initiative Union, CNET, ISOC, RIPE, and most probably you know the names of these organizations, so I'm not going to speak more or to open the ranges of their activities. Okay, now a very important is the role of our cooperation with the network GIANT. You know, it unites 39 European scientific research networks, and today our network is also connected to it. We are representing Armenia in this corresponding sphere in this network. We have constant connection with the network, and we participate in all the events that are being implemented that network-wide. I want to now speak about a very important program that is being in the process of preparation and is going to be implemented quite soon in near future. I speak about, well, in the framework of different European programs, you know, different services are being developed, and today we are preparing a project which will provide Armenia's scientific research networks 1 GB connection with European scientific research domain. Well, approximately you can see its technical specification, the scheme of this connection, and Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, and also Ukraine are participating, and Belarus are participating in this project, and also Moldova. Armenia's science research education network is also implementing a whole range of applied programs, which are more of scientific character. And these, in the framework of this network, they are cooperating with different scientists, individual scientists and groups of scientists, and also some student research or postgraduate groups. A couple of words about the computing resources of the network. Any network, when it is being created, it is not only consisting of some communication devices, well, it has to have also very powerful computing resources. And these computing resources are used to provide different services, as well as for some scientific investigation, research. And in 2004, the network adopted the first Armenia's high productivity computing system, which was called ARM cluster. And I have to say that that work was awarded by the President of the Republic of Armenia and by the Presidential Prize. It was at that time the first in-kind device in the post-Soviet Union countries. When they prepared the most powerful computing resource devices, it was in the 3rd and 4th place, ours. The leader was Russia. Then we participated in the implementation of a whole range of international research programs, according to which corresponding computing clusters were created in Yerevan State University, in Polytechnical University, in the Yerevan Institute of Physics, Institute of Radio Physics, and also we cooperated with Tbilisi University. And another cluster was installed there in Tbilisi University. Later, these distributed computing resources were united into the computing grid environment, and today this grid environment is connected to South European grid environment, and we have acquired computing resources, and we can use not only Armenia's computing resources but also European computing resources while participating in this joint effort, joint resource grid. The ASNet network is providing all internet services. I can state or indicate from this list that we have 3G service, which is done on the basis of contracts with the providers, and we have our own 3G network. The users of this network can get in touch directly and work in the network environment. I am going to speak about some of the services we provide, which I think are more interesting, maybe for you. And here I'd like to stop to speak about one of the service of GIANT. I want to say a couple of words about GIANT programs. GIANT, as I said, is a European Union program, which has been initiated for the creation of scientific research environment. That program had several phases. When we say GIANT, now we understand all the programs that it consists of. These programs, these projects were coordinated by Terena, and the implementation, however, was done by British organization Dante. But quite recently, these organizations have merged and created GIANT Association. That is to say, we don't speak about Terena nor Dante now, we speak in general about GIANT, because this is already a big, stable unit, not just a project, sustainable any entity. And one of the giant services was so-called EduRoam, which is wireless connection roaming. What does it mean? It is when you enter, for example, this hall, you try to get in touch, to be connected with the Wi-Fi network, and you ask what is the login, what is the password, etc. This is not accepted in scientific research sphere. If you are receiving a EduRoam account, it doesn't matter where it is in your organization or where else, you can use that account and be in connection through any network which is a member of this organization. Today in Armenia we have EduRoam AM server, which is representing this Armenian network, and in our organizations we have Wi-Fi networks which are EduRoam, say, connected. Those users who try to connect with the network, it happens automatically, regardless where they are. And when our specialists visit a European network or a scientific research organization, they also never face any problems for getting in touch with the wireless network. Today, this service is operating in the research educational sphere. Of course, not all universities have this facility, but approximately, I would say, more than half of research institutions are already users of this service. We continue expanding it, and it seems to me that in the course of this year, we shall cover by 80% approximately the whole, say, surface of possible users. EduRoam is not only used by research organizations. As far as I know, some say airports even are subscribers. They have placed this service so as, say, scientists or people who are in the scientific research sphere be able to use it whenever they are traveling through airports. So these are those domains or those regions or those spaces. Well, EduRoam is operational in our region only through our network. Another very important service is EduGain, which is also it is being created. Well, better say this way. This I will explain what does mean EduGain. Very often, when you are using some services in the network, every time you register login and password for this service and that service, but here, if you once register in the network using this service, you will have all the services available without additional logging in or additional passwording in, etc. Well, it's clear that to implement this service, it is necessary to provide special security measures, special checking and due diligences taking place for providing security. This service, nevertheless, has started in our network, and it is going on developing along with others for providing different services. Today, no network would be interesting without cloud services. And our network also provides such services, which are providing virtual devices like for storage of information. And today we are working towards creating virtual devices in different applied spheres. in different applications. When I say different applications, I mean scientists, physicists, chemists, etc. So as each of them entering in would be able to get access to some virtual devices which would have all those necessary programs or the software that they use usually while doing their job or working in their corresponding research sphere. And this application, this service is also used for servicing the network as such. Today, almost all services that we provide are placed on virtual devices. That is to say, this brings to the fact that not just one physical hardware is working, and if it is, say, broken, then we will waste hours for recovering it. This is a virtual machine. So if something happens on one device, in a couple of minutes we open the same service on another machine and it continues to operate. This is creating such a situation that we can, in 10-15 minutes, recover any service. I want to say that according to GIANT standards, these 15 minutes are very, very important because this is an accepted norm that any service is to be recovered and made available again in not more than 15 minutes. Well, the users appreciate highly. Of course, for the users it's very important to have backup possibilities, backup resources, and taking into account the fact that our network is a scientific research educational network. Our scientists are now working in this direction, and they have already created such services that are providing the user secure possibilities for storing information, as secure as, for example, but for the information user or information owner, no single administrator or network operator can have access to this information. Also, it has its password and different security measures, and these services are now partially provided in the process of testing, and we are working in that direction. Of course, our network is research educational network. We have servers that are implementing some educational programs. This is the model server, and this kind of servers are placed with different software in the network, and the participants of the network are the Joint Association of Universities, Pedagogical, State University and Engineering University, as of now, are involved in 2 Tempus projects, and new services are going to be placed in the network quite soon. Through the computing resources of the network, we are implementing a whole range of important for the Republic of Armenia programs, like including satellite analysis of satellite pictures, the multispectral pictures, images, let us say, so as to process them. To process them on a simple computer, you will need days and days, and with our powerful computing resources, we managed to do this in a shorter time, and those organizations that are working in the network are getting access to this, having these resources. They managed to get advantage of this those centers where these resources are available, and correspondingly solve some routine or important problems. Another very important work is being done in the network connected with the meteo forecast, weather forecast. This work is done in collaboration with Armenian Meteor Center. The work is being financed by the State Science Committee as a targeted program. And today, every day, receiving information from global corresponding servers, we are adding to these servers information that we have received from local stations, the meteor information, and receiving more precise, more correct forecast information, working for smaller territory, and this is done twice a day. These computations are done on our clusters twice a day. A number of issues connected with our problems and challenges that we're facing. As long as the title is Challenges and Problems, I have to speak about it as well, although maybe these problems that are described here, they are specific to all types of networks. But you know, today our city, our urban network has only 1 GB traffic power. That is to say, the velocity, the speed is very, very small, as you see. We try to expand it. You know, the volume of traffic is growing constantly. We just have one 10 GB line, which is connected the main 2 centers. But now we are working towards such projects which would allow us to make all our connections 10 GB. The servers. Well, of course, servers of ours, as I said, are not used as the usual simple computers which are providing only one service. We are using as servers our computing clusters. They are, in a sense, virtual servers. And constantly, these resources are being not enough because there are applied programs, there are new softwares, there are new services, and we have to constantly increase and grow our resources. And we have to think and work in that direction. Same I can say about the traffic. Quite difficult, I have to confess, to increase it. We try to do our best. And also issues of security, the most important issues of security and safety everywhere. And you know, I have to tell you that the administrators of our network are quite experienced. They work for more than 20 years, and I wouldn't know people in Armenia that would have worked in this industry that long, because they have participated in the creation of these networks and they are quite experienced. And we are having very rare these kind of different cyber attacks, but they happen as well. So we have to fight against them. And even not often happening. And we have to have our own solutions. We should. And there are bigger problems connected with the users. And that, I think that is, well, everywhere. Usually people use Windows operational system, which is, as they call, broken, and doesn't ask for license. And people should understand that when the software is broken, it is its security, its safety wing is broken, actually, and it is unable to fight against viruses and malware and spyware and all different undesirable ware. So we are trying to create different firewalls in our networks so as to isolate these spaces where from where the viruses appear. Connected with the power, the recovery of the devices, as I said, when we are working with virtual computers, we try to do it quickly, but when there are power shortages or power say stoppages, I describe the solutions here simply. I have to tell you that I said already about some of our services. I have to say that we have created a group of admins, and our employees are participating periodically in different workshops, holding trainings and tutoring workshops with the admins of the member organizations, and we try to solve the security and safety issues together in collaboration with each other, as well in connection with electricity power. I mean, I think that in Armenia this is quite an important challenge, because our distribution networks are in such a state that there might be, say, outages and change of the voltage and low quality of power services. We fight against it constantly. Nevertheless, we try to use our own local power generators for our network. Well, thank you very much for attention. Okay, I'm ready to start as soon as you say. Good morning. My name is Sarkis Knazyan. I am representing the Knazyan Partners Attorney's Office and the Center of Copyright Protection. I am a lawyer on copyright issues. The topic was titled a little bit different in the agenda than I have done it in my slide. However, in the result of our discussions, we have decided to speak about the copyright protection from one side, and from the other side about the information, the free access to and free use of information, about this contradiction. A lot of people naturally want everything to be free, and everybody wants to use information. They just want to issue copyright issues, thinking that that is better, that is more productive, that is more progressive, more promoting the general. This is one opinion. But another opinion is that that's wrong. That exactly the protection is supporting the progress, and there are certain encouraging and motivating measures, and exactly that's why the intellectual property is created. But we have to find the golden middle. Maybe not overly protection and not overly unprotection. Firstly, I don't know to what extent the audience is familiar with intellectual property, and when we say intellectual property, what do you understand under this? With your permission, I will take the freedom. Who knows that, who is confident that they know what is intellectual property? Raise your hands. I want you to, well, I see a lot of people, more than half know what is intellectual property. I was sure that you are going to know what is intellectual property. That's why I have prepared only one slide with visual pictures. Like, for example, telephone. There was no telephone before. Telephone was created, and this is a discovery. This is, and it is something new. So it is to be applied all over the world, and it has to have the level of discovery. Should not be something so simple so as to be able to be created by everybody. And now we're speaking about these things, the discoveries, the creations and improvements. When we speak about the improvement, for example, of TV and telephone, these are objects of intellectual property. A machine, a car, an auto car. If a car if say telephone is one discovery, then a machine contains thousands of such discoveries. And telephones, I call them more smart device rather than a smartphone, because it is a device which has a number of functions, one of which is calling, because our smartphones today are actually smart devices, not smartphone. Art, visual art, literature, painting, computer software, heroes of cartoons, fashion, trademarks, and also so-called trade samples, industry samples. I wanted to show this in one slide so as to be sure that we are on the same page here. Okay. And the main issue, today's main issue, which I want to raise, is why we should protect the authors and inventors and the rights of the authors and inventors. One answer is given by the Constitution of the United States. I studied a lot of legislations of different countries. I tried to find in laws such answer, whether the law itself gives an answer. Why do we protect intellectual property? Say 200 years ago, the adopted Constitution of the United States gives the answer in the very first article of the Constitution. That's why I'm now referring to it. Well, I wrote here the word promote. It says to promote the progress of science and useful arts, so as the science and the arts from a wider point of view be promoted. Indeed, for promoting science and arts. And how do we promote the progress of science and art? We create special stimuli, impetuses and motivations, encouraging the intellectual activity of authors and inventors. That is to say, just imagine, 200 years ago, the very first presidents, the authors, founding fathers of United States Constitution, they have found that in order to have progress, so as science and art, in a wider sense, be developed, then people who are accomplishing intellectual activity, they should be motivated, encouraged. And how to motivate them? Actually, they have fixed in the Constitution that, dear people, dear creative people, we are going to protect your rights, but within a period of time. Use the results of your, say, intellectual activity in this period of time, become rich and enjoy it, but be aware that it is to end sometimes in future, and after that everybody will be able to enjoy your inventions and creations, and also for the purpose of improvement. If we do this protection forever, with no time limitation like inventions, then the first telephone that was created, invented once, we would have been forced to use it till now because, well, the inventor would have no right to anybody to improve it, to change it, but it would have been the same till now. And so the whole purpose of this limitation of the rights in time is exactly for providing progress, possibility of progress. And now we are coming back to our answer. Where is the limit? Where is the end? How long should it be protected? The intellectual property, how long should it be protected? And the answer actually is, I gave it actually, that we have to protect it as long as it is in favor of the progress, development. If we protect it overly, if we protect it too much, that's what it is, if it is hindering because of protection or keeping back the progress, then we are doing not good. So this is a discussion, big topic of discussion, that it is causing a lot of debate among those who wish free access, those who want to protect intellectual property. These arguments go on constantly, but nevertheless, I think we have to find the golden middle, and the golden middle actually is exactly here in this. I have separated several questions here, and with this I will finish my presentation and will answer to your questions, because I know that we have little time. Doesn't matter, as you wish. Okay. Do we promote progress or progress of science and useful arts, and do we provide incentives, motivations to creators and authors if we register the inventors and acquire patents? Is it the same if we publicize the inventions? Because when people apply for the registration of the invention and to receive the patent, then the patent itself is being provided to the public in general information. Do we do the same if when we protect movies, music, software, literature from pirates, like from copying them and disseminating them freely? Do we do the same when we protect computer software for 100 years? Because in the copyright all over the world is protected in the course of the whole life of the author, plus at minimum 50 years. If a computer software, which is also an object of copyright, well, we protect it through the whole life of the author plus 50 years. Is it reasonable? But as of today, this is the situation. Any object of intellectual property is to be protected this long. Maybe we have to reconsider the terms, because, well, no computer software has, say, lifespan more than 5 or 10 years. All of them are kind of dying in 5 years, and the software, not the authors. Sorry. And if we protect the intellectual property with computers, and whether copy and paste function, you know, we are well familiar with this Control-C, Control-V. Yeah, if we protect by copyrights, would it allow us to reach all these objectives that I have listed? Well, I will try to answer to my questions. Why do we protect inventions? If we go back to that law I mentioned, we protect the inventions, giving patents, giving protection for 20 years, so as the inventor, the author of the invention, would wish to continue being involved in intellectual activity, so as she would know that he is protected, she is protected, they can use, yes, they can make money, they can become rich, have their person would not be motivated to be involved in intellectual property. And as in our country this happened. A lot of people just drop what they do, they go do something else. A lot of people who have received education for intellectual activity, they drop it and they go do something blue-collar job. And in the result, the society is losing its resources, and the state is losing in general. The state budget is losing because new businesses are not created, new inventions are not made, they are not commercialized, and the tax base is diminished. So if we don't encourage intellectual activity, everybody loses. This is a lose-lose situation. This is not only about the protection of intellectuals, those who are creating things, but this is about the protection of the whole society, the whole state. Do we need to publish this information, these patents, these inventions? Yes, of course. So as the whole society will be aware of them, and other scientists will know that there is something like this, and people would meet each other, take cross-licenses, negotiate, and continue developing. Movies, music, yeah, they are those that are mostly attacked by pirates. Again, they are results of intellectual activity. A simple example: if I want to make a wonderful film for children, I make the film, children see it, watch it, everything is great, everything is wonderful, everybody liked it, but turns out that after the first, say, exposure of the film in a movie theater, immediately the pirate copies are being disseminated, and the result, I make no money, everybody sees, everybody's happy, I am hungry, I have no money, I haven't even covered my costs, and means that I will have no incentive anymore to make my second movie, my second cartoon for the children. That is to say, there would be nothing to say motivate me. Well, I will say, of course, I can't earn bread with this, so this is nothing important, so I can't do it. Well, I will do something else. Well, if there are some benevolent funds, some, say, sponsors, well, if they give money, I will do. If they don't give money, I won't do. But from the other side, if I be able to sell it, to receive my profit, I will go on making movies and cartoons one after another, making them even better and better and better. Same is about music, same is about computer software, and the last point, this copy-paste function. Copy-paste function, we are speaking about codes, actually. There was a court case, litigation in the United States, speaking about copy-paste. They said as long as the codes, source code, what we call source code, which is not visible on the screen, is protected, and sometimes it can be protected technically, then the copy-paste function is also a source code. Yeah, it is a code processed through computer software. If we give copyright protection to somebody for this code, it means that nobody else would be able to make computer software, because nobody would be able to use the copy-paste function, or they will have to pay for it. And if the author would like to have big money for the license, then the whole process of progress will slow down greatly, and it would have very negative impact on the progress. So that's why the court decided that in intellectual property rights, all those ways of expression which are limited, like you can't use many words, they are not protected. They are not considered to be objects of intellectual property. If we protect them, it would hinder the progress. And again, we come back to the same question: where is this boundary? How strictly we should protect copyrights and intellectual properties in the reasonable boundaries, as much as it would only promote the development, but not hinder it, not hinder the progress. You presented only the commercial side. Unfortunately, you didn't say about Creative Commons. It would be better if you speak, because we know this, everybody, but what is Creative Commons? Creative Commons covers as the software and a huge amount of software which we are sure are using it, not knowing that it is free of charge with 10 conditions and with more even useful. And copy-paste is there. You didn't speak about Creative Commons. If you take the Open Office, it is even higher than Microsoft commercialized work. I would not agree with you because Creative Commons is something else. I would argue here with you. The next is open access, which is again is widely quite popular, widely popular in US and in the world, and there is a big manual, big list of magazines with open access. All of them, they have passed to open access, and President Bush in due time, senators applied to him so as a lot of work that is being financed through state budget, which are not closed, be published with the principles of open access. And in United States, especially the materials in biomedicine and other such things are all free. It would be better if you pay attention more on this, that these very strict patent conditions are avoidable, eschewable, and mankind has solved this problem already. Well, unfortunately, my time is limited. I would gladly speak about it till tomorrow morning, but a couple of words about Creative Commons. Creative Commons, as such, is a list of licenses Okay. If you, the speaker is warned that if necessary, we have time. Well, in connection with Creative Commons, these are licenses. You can quickly have access to licenses of Creative Commons and use it very, very quickly. Like, for example, I want to inform everybody that, say, the content of this site is free for anybody, can be used, or let's say the codes used in the site are free, and you can place this license and inform everybody about it. The free, in general, when we are speaking about free information, yes, indeed, a lot of information is free, and there is trend to make free a lot of other information sources. The authors themselves say that they want their information to be freely available. But here, what I said was that we can't be maximalist, that we are providing free everything and we are giving everything free of payment, when we don't say the same, that everything is to be strictly protected by the law, because there is golden middle. Because if we don't encourage people with some motivation, people would stop be involved in intellectual activity. That is the main problem. That's what I wanted to highlight. But naturally, there are trends. There are a lot of free sources, and they will even expand. There will be even more such free open sources. We talked with Avetik last time that there are now a lot of operators, like telephone operators, telephone service providers, let's say telecommunication providers, which are giving free access to Wikipedia and many other sites, even if you don't have internet. Wikipedia is agreed that everybody can have access to their sites, so very many operators are providing that possibility. That is to say, there are a lot of means, new possibilities for receiving free information. We should not simply forget that there are people, there are organizations which have made big investments, which are making such investments in the course of creating this intellectual property, and they anticipate profit in order to be able to continue this intellectual activity, because if they don't have the profit, this intellectual activity will be halted, will be stopped. And I wanted just to say that there is no one formula for all the cases. They are free, not as free, but even not that free is to be directed towards supporting and promoting promoting progress and development. Yeah, if any other questions, I would be more than happy to answer. Yes. Hello. One question. Media lobbyists today are not satisfied, not happy with the law on copyright. And we know that several years ago in the United States, first came the idea of the law on stop. And under the public pressure, this draft was not adopted in the United States, but it quite recently appeared in Russia. It has started to operate in Taiwan, in Italy, and it is being discussed also in other countries as well. Would you please tell me what's your attitude to the measures on blocking sites and forcing additional information on responsibility on information providers, and to what extent in Armenia they are thinking about using these measures as well? Well, actually, this is a really very, very much discussed topic, as in the United States, as in Europe. It created a big noise. I followed these discussions. If we go a little bit back, same United States, how they tried to fight against piracy, which was quite not successful, and they stopped it. And they are going to have such not successful attempts, and they will stop fighting it again. 20 years ago, they tried even. Any user, like for example, if I enter internet and I want to download something by pirate means, I am going to be responsible. So every person who is downloaded through pirate sources was to be called to responsibility. And in the United States, they understood that they can't they can't litigate the whole nation, and they can't fine everybody. So everybody wants, if there is a free movie or there is a free music, especially students whose income is not so high, they want to download it free of charge and use it. But now they use different methods. The business models change. Like iTunes was created, Apple Stores was created, and similar, many different models were created. It's like instead of selling the whole CD with such a price which would not be affordable to somebody or not desirable, they sell very, very cheaply one song or one movie. Download it, paying quite a little, and the business models are changing. Now they try to give access to the consumers very cheaply, and so as to give some money to the producers, so as they be encouraged and motivated to continue to work. And this is a win-win situation. The prices are lowered down. Maybe yes, not full 100% free, but there is a lot of free, and authors themselves say use it freely. But the models, the business models are changing, and there is one more problem. Laws, I agree, the laws are sometimes lagging behind the reality. When, say, 300 years ago, the first law on copyright law was adopted, this term copyright was protected only for the printing machines, only from copying the first books. Now the definition of the copyright has expanded so much since then, but there is meaning, there is sense, there is measure in protection. We protect in as much as, same is about responsibility. All of this should be as reasonable as to support and promote the development and progress. Unfortunately, our laws do not manage to catch up with the trends going on in there. We make a draft, we develop it for years, then suddenly new technologies come forward, and now we see that this law is not applicable. We have to now now change everything. Should we have to protect it? Should we not? Unfortunately, the legal science is lagging behind. Well, there are, of course, good laws, bad laws. I don't encourage very, very, very strict responsibility and punitive measures in this sphere. I am more for encouraging, motivating mechanisms rather than punitive and forbidding. We should educate more the society, and the society and public should be educated and should understand that it is better to acquire information through paying something rather than looking for how to avoid the laws and how to go towards free. This is a whole culture, this is a whole philosophy. In some countries it exists, they implement it in many countries, and in many countries it does not exist. And our all former Soviet Union countries, we are approaching to this culture a little bit different, because before that we were used to the fact that everything belonged to the state. If this is property of the state, nobody could infringe the ownership of the state. So there were no lawyers. There were no lawyers, there were no violations, and there were no litigations, no court listenings or hearings. And now this has become matter of private protection, private right protection. So things have changed, but the tradition is still there. Nobody wants to pay for watching the film or reading the book. So the question is, with this policy, with this attitude, won't we deprive our intellectual authors of the wish to continue their intellectual activity? Thank you for attention. I will try to save some time. I am Sarkisyan Gagik, president of company NOI, and the topic is SME, small medium-sized enterprises, and internet, impact of internet on SMEs. And I will try to change a little bit. Let us see. I will try to change a little bit. So the main purpose of study is the impact of internet on SMEs. But I want just to a little bit change the beginning of my presentation to tell you what is the super problem of the society. Well, you know that the domain names in the world, we're speaking here about different figures for different countries, so that's why I have showed, well, my presentation is a little bit about what's going on in the world. Then, say, Germany has 16 million domain names. These are quite fresh data. 28 million China has 13 million. Armenia is not visible because Armenia has only 20,000 domains. Every fifth inhabitant of German has one domain. Like Baltic countries, which are by size close to Armenia, they have 120,000 domains. We are for 7-8 times lagging behind, where we say we're integrated, we have high intellectual potential, and so on and so on and so on. We boast about a lot of things, but turns out that with our culture of, communicating with the outer world, we are lagging behind very, very much. Okay, as you see, these are the most recent figures. Figures of 2015, July. So you see countries have shown 6, 7, 10 millions now domains. And now I will show you what is the situation in Armenia. And let's try to analyze together why are we lagging behind and why Armenian SMEs have only 20,000 domains. I'm really very happy that internet community has taken this mission, because this is a huge work. This job is to be done by the Minister of Economy and others, but nevertheless, so the role and impact of internet on the development of SMEs in Armenia. That is the topic of my presentation. So, through sociological inquiry, we tried to reveal the problems that the SMEs have in using internet and the role of internet in them. Yeah, when you want to be quick, it becomes worse. Well, so tight knot is not only a bad thing in chess, but also it's quite unpleasant before a coffee break. So, the policy of Armenia. Okay, let's look through that law with which we integrated in the world. When we speak about SMEs, everybody understands small companies with 3-4 employees. But when we discuss the law that we have already adopted, it says that an SMEs could be super small, with employees up to 10 people, and the circulation of the previous year. When you look at the previous year circulation, revenues, it is 100 million drams, which is for Armenia quite a sum. Small companies now are 50 employees and 500 million. Many companies want to show that they are medium-sized, but they are only small. But the medium companies now have to have 250 employees and 2.5 billion drams of revenues. So when we say small and medium-sized companies, we speak about rather huge ones now, because we tried to integrate Armenia into international laws ahead of time, and many companies, they see themselves as medium, whereas they are even less than small. In say prosperous countries, the role of SMEs in their economy is up to 90%. As you see, the employment is very high. Like in China is more than 70%, the employment is up to 60%, in America is a little bit less, in Germany it is very, very powerful. If we look at Armenia, let's leave the 2009 and 2013 in our GDP is 25%, which is quite small. When we say that we need to encourage the development of the economy through SMEs, this is the answer to that question. So we did this study. These materials will be provided in internet and you will have chance to familiarize yourself in more detail. I will go on through very quickly. We had an order to include participants of the inquiry from different spheres, different industries. We have chosen the information, tourism, trade, services, and we have chosen those organizations which were less visible. And according to the number of employees, we tried to choose those according to the law, by up to 9, up to 50, and more than 50. And you see, we have chosen super small companies, which is not that small. I would envy to have such a company. And according to the period of activity, so as to understand how long they have operated, so as to understand why they don't manage to buy the electronic domain, up to 1 year, from 2 to 5 years, and more. You will see this. And the participants of the inquiry also had to answer to specific questions like, what is internet for a business person? As we said, like different values. Internet, say, acquisition of partners, commercializing your activities, communication with customers, getting information. Well, so we have two pictures according to the questions and according to the those who answer. If you allow only one answer to each question, we receive this kind of diagrams. But when we give possibility to answer, to give several answers to one question, then the picture is to be different. So in order to have more real picture, those questions that were allowed to give several answers had to we had shown in this way. So people think, the 84% think that internet is a source of operational information for them, and they assessed that according to the what is internet according to the answers. So the majority of those who have participated in the inquiry, they say that internet is a very, very important tool and reflection of the quality of the life of, and the majority, 90%, is convinced that with the help of internet, the SMEs of Armenia can overcome the challenges, economic challenges, political challenges, and have better results. And what was the most important task of the study? How many domains we have in .am IDN? 35% had their sites that had, among those that were inquired, those who have had longer economic say success. Well, not having, what are the reasons why you don't have site? They say either lack of information, lack of resources, or no need. They imagine a small enterprise, 3-5 employees, how should they create their website and keep it, and a company with 3 employees, they don't manage to have a more or less decent site. Nobody even thinks that internet site is a business structure, a business tool, and the majority says that is expensive, they can't afford it, financially and with required efforts. 65% tried to take the title of their site with and to take the domain with the name of their company, but it had turned out that the name is busy, so they had to change it. 27% of participants said that even in these conditions, the availability of site has helped them to show more flexible marketing and to be more visible in the market. And according to, it has created some economic advantages. 65% has shown better logistics, acquisition of new markets, and a raise of productivity even. And even from the point of view of getting rid of paperwork, they have noticed and answered correspondingly to. Although 35.1% had their websites, and as I said, unfortunately, there is today's the misopinion that this is only a matter of image. It seems to them that site is not a structure. They say, I have a site, and it seems to them that they have done already something static, and they say, this is my image. But the fact that a site is a business structure, and it can raise productivity, help them to gain new markets, unfortunately, they did not know about it. Well, again, I want to say that there are a lot of omissions, as you have noticed, with the IDN.am. Explanatory work is not enough, raising awareness is not enough. Every year, huge amounts of money is used for supporting the SME development, but very few has been spent for increasing the Armenian SME presence in internet. And yeah, exactly. He is speaking about the anecdote like story that money is not used for the correct or direct purposes. Like, for example, they failed even for creating a corresponding site for commercializing Armenian brands of brandy, cognac. And we asked about the social sites as well. 36% prefers Facebook. Known analytical companies, this kind of analysis done in Russia. In Russia, they prefer more Vkontakte rather than Facebook. So Vkontakte is more Russian social network. 52% of economic Well, some people would even mix their page in Facebook with the real site. Well, although 43% even using Facebook, they said that it is quite effective, and there are different technologies, but there is a lot of misunderstanding. There is a lot of misunderstanding indeed, and a lot of misacceptance. Now, about the advertising, we know that there could be printed advertisements, radio advertisements, TV, and internet advertisements is considered to be the most productive. And but being productive, they consider it also to be the cheapest. Because we know if TV advertisement, they sell by seconds, in printed media they sell by centimeters, square centimeters, and internet just clicks. And it's good that this is activizing, and I think that the future belongs to internet from that point of view. The main problems faced by business people and the main challenges is the network security and taxation legislation. We are a little bit, I would say, cautious people. No other people in the world are as cautious and afraid of legislation as the Armenians. Well, yeah, we are really afraid of legislation and law. People that, well, they are afraid of showing things in the side. They say, if I say things about myself, they will come and check, and there are, well, a lack of information indeed. I'm really very happy seeing that we are talking today about these things. I'm really very glad that to see what's going on in future, that in 2016, 2017 there's going to be global Wi-Fi, and that in 2018 a lot of technologies will be solved, and interface computer is going to be in 2020, and that the networks could be identified of personalities through networks in 2020. The Internet of Things was said a little bit about it, that there is going to be a DNA passport in 2027, and we shall be speaking about the mass 3D printing. And today people are afraid of such stupid, ludicrous things. Whatever, nevertheless, we still have some legislative problems. And you see, everybody would state that they don't manage to use information sources themselves. They understood quite well that they lack education. Again, we come back to the need of training, the need of education, and a need of awareness. However, 33% considers that internet will help promote the development of SMEs and will do a lot of good things for them. And I want to say that the management of ISOC said that this material is going to be placed in the site. Well, they have taken a very, very good responsibility, a very good mission. They are mission of creating more awareness and education and literacy. People should learn a lot of things, because in order to be able to use the advantages of the new era, a new age. And my conclusions. People used to think that, well, communication is one of the most important factors of our lives. And, well, communication started since prehistoric times, and communication is the main condition of the development of human society. And, in a word, my main conclusion is, I don't want to now, it's evident. Well, sorry to be spontaneous for being so small. If you have questions, I will be more than happy to answer. And maybe you will answer in the course of the coffee break. Maybe. well-known scientist, some say it was Bertrand Russell, once gave a public lecture on astronomy. He described how the Earth orbits around the Sun and how the Sun, in turn, orbits around the center of a vast collection of stars called our galaxy. At the end of the lecture, a little old lady at the back of the room got up and said, "Told us is rubbish. The world is really a flat plate supported on the back of a giant tortoise." The scientist gave a superior smile before replying, "What is the tortoise standing on?" "You are very clever, young man, very clever," said the old lady, "but it's turtles all the way down." Most people would find the picture of our universe as an infinite tower of tortoises rather ridiculous. But why do we think we know better? What do we know about the universe? And how do we know it? Where did the universe come from? And where is it going? Did the universe have a beginning? And if so, what happened before then? What is the nature of time? Will it ever come to an end? Can we go back in time? Recent breakthroughs in physics, made possible in part by fantastic new technologies, suggest answers to some of these long-standing questions. Someday, these answers may seem as obvious to us as the Earth orbiting the Sun, or perhaps as ridiculous as a tower of tortoises. Only time, whatever that may be, will tell. As long ago as 340 BC, the Greek philosopher Aristotle, in his book On the Heavens, was able to put forward two good arguments for believing that the Earth was a round sphere rather than a head plate. First, he realized that eclipses of the moon were caused by the Earth coming between the Sun and the Moon. The Earth's shadow on the Moon was always round and round, which would be true only if the Earth was spherical. If the Earth had been a flat disk, the shadow would have been elongated and elliptical, unless the eclipse always occurred at a time when the Sun was directly under the center of the disk. Second, the Greeks knew from their travels that the North Star appeared lower in the sky when viewed in the south than it did in more northern regions. Since well, that was Czechia. Okay. All right. With your permission, dear friends, I'm going to speak in Russian as it is most convenient for me. My presentation is in English. I will speak in Russian, although we are in Armenia. This is actually quite specific to the internet, that there are no boundaries, no language boundaries, and we can use all the same resources. So the topic that I have touched is very very urgent and actual topic, not only in the world, but as far as I know in Armenia as well. You are developing new approaches towards the copyright issues in the digital era. We spoke about the copyrights, what problems we face. The internet society faces when we're speaking about the copyrights. My name is Sarkis Darbinyan. I am practicing attorney, but here I am representing correspondingly the public organization Roskom Svoboda. We are dealing with analysis and what methodology of law enforcement. I am author of the concept of the reform of the copyright issues in digital age, which we issued in 2013 when in Russia the first anti-piracy law, the version 0.1, was adopted. The copyright is broken. A lot of people speak about this. Copyright is lagging hopelessly behind the development of digital networks. Well, this is connected with a whole range of well-known causes and reasons. In English, the word copyright is very much differing from the Russian analogy авторское право, the right of the author. And by the name of the institute, the authors' rights are protecting the authors. Unfortunately, in the recent times, it's not quite that so, and the copyrights are regulating more the relations between the users and the owners of their rights, and are more directed towards protecting the interests of the copyright owners. The statute of the Queen Anna, in the first place, in the 18th century, regulated these relations between the author and the producer. The users were not included. The copyright was for limiting the rights of the publishers, because before that, when they were buying, say, a creation, a literary opus, they would acquire it for lifetime. So, and the statute of Queen Anna was for 10 to 24 and up to 28 years to protect the authors from being enslaved by the publishers. Well, the copyright was in the beginning created as an institution that was creating a balance in public and private interests, and that norm expressed itself in the Constitution of the United States, which showed that the copyright is necessary so as to create or to support initiative of the creators, and with this they provide them with limited monopoly rights for a certain period of time, but in time the understanding, the concept of author's right was a little bit distorted, and today we have such a Leviathan which is covering a lot of other domains. But the main problem, the biggest problem, is still that as of today the legislations on the copyrights, as in Russia, as in everywhere in the world, are built mainly on those institutions that were formed or created in 18th century, the 19th century conventions that decided this, well, all these conditions that were signed under by the convention before the internet was created are now too obsolete. Well, internet indeed changed everything, and the creation of copy takes only a second. It doesn't need any material, financial, or technical efforts or costs, but the copyright has not changed much, and instead of covering or just cutting the corners, it has become conservated, and media lobbyists are demanding more rights today so as to have control over the possibility, the so-called piracy, which would be better to call not authorized copying. Piracy is today a phenomenon of the 21st century, and regardless of the attempts of United States to blame some countries in overall or in absolute piracy, then this practice is used, I could say, everywhere in the world by everybody. Let's understand why copyright is broken and what's wrong with it. As of today, nobody is satisfied with the copyright issues, neither the right owners who think that they are not protected much, nor the society, nor the internet user. Everybody is not satisfied with the copyrights, but for the authors themselves. Let's see why. Correspondingly, the owners of the rights, they consider that digital communications have given to users and the owners of the sites a lot of possibilities to infringe the exclusive rights on the creations, which is kind of like bringing back the possibility of innovation, discouraging, demotivating the intellectual authors. So we see that what is going on. Firstly, this is breeding. The example of Great Britain last year, ASCOM has got the possibility under the influence of media lobbyists to threats. They want to write in these threats that some strict things, that there might be some criminal responsibility for violating copyrights, and today they are limited with not more than 3 letters of warning without any menacing criminal prosecution, whatever. But at the same time, other jurisdictions also are working. Like in the United States, there is the system of 6 strikes. When the user receives warnings on violating copyrights, in France with the system of 3 strikes, and there is such a desire to teach the not cautious users not to violate copyrights under punitive threats. Well, the desire to punish through courts is also growing in some places. This year in Great Britain, the term for punishing for copyright violation of copyrights in virtual technologies is suggested to make from 2 to 10 years. In Russia, there is also a possibility of criminal prosecution of the users. It is jail, one of the forms of frightening, for which the copyright owners think that it is effective. Spain also made some legislative changes, including the criminal responsibility for information providers if they would refuse to ban or take out the material that is infringing copyrights. I today asked about the law of SOPA and PIPA. These are American laws that allowed to, ban a site if the ban is violating copyrights. Well, the law was not adopted, after all, in the United States, but with the help of a certain lobby, that law was implemented in the norms of Russian legislation in 2013. The first anti-piracy law appeared, regardless of the resistance of business, the biggest IT platforms, the 100,000 petition of the citizens that had acquired enough voting so as not to adopt the law. It was adopted first in respect of movies, and since this year it is now acting in respect of all other creations but for photos. So because of infringement of copyrights, any site can be banned by the demand of the copyright owner. Other countries are also trying to implement this kind of means of support, limiting access to online resources. The mass investigation, if we can say so. No, not investigation. Unfortunately, the Ministry of Culture of Russia has become a pocket lobby of the organizations on collective management of copyrights. They suggested to use the DPI device for surveillance, for shadowing, to see who's doing what, and to have evidence for those who are infringing copyrights. This practice is well known in the United States as well. When the MPA area representatives of movie and music try to receive personal data through courts of the private users who are sharing this in BitTorrent spaces so as to catch them and punish them. Well, the practice shows that Americans spend more money for surveillance and shadowing the pirate users rather than for punishing them. Quite recently there was a verdict of a court in Australia, the case of so-called the Dallas Club buyers. The owners of the film, of the movie, applied to the court for violating of its rights in BitTorrent networks. They asked the court to give him access to private data of those who have infringed the rights so as to do something. But the Australian court was wise. They forced the copyright owner to invest a huge amount of money for opening the name of the violator. And the logic was like, you want to know who has done it, compensate the provider for opening the data of each user, and also the court limited the sum of fine. As far as I know, the right owner withdrew from the further prosecution, but that was in the result of quite wise decision verdict of the court. But nevertheless, the mass shadowing, the mass surveillance is not only the problem of copyright, is not only the United States still today continue to push forward the Trans-Pacific Partnership Agreement about cooperation between a whole range of countries, which also presumes stopping, say, a citizen at crossing a border and surveillance of her device, and if, say, there is content which has been received through illegal channels or sources, then call her to responsibility. And the next is suggested to fine. In Germany they do it up to 1,000 euros. In other jurisdictions they do. The owners of the rights, they think that exactly the monetary punishment for piracy could keep back so as the piracy would not expand further. And of course it is the desire to pass over the responsibility to information mediators. Either these are responsibility for active monitoring of legislation when the owners of the rights want just to pass this responsibility to the hosting providers, owners of the web resources, so as they would shadow the violence, infringement of their rights. Something like that was starting in Russia, but under the pressure of the IT industry that was stopped. Nevertheless, today the operators of communication are to limit access to those sites in Russian Federation who have appeared in the blacklists of the violators, and the very last anti-piracy law version 2.0, it allows to ban the site forever for 1 or 2 or more copyright violations. This has caused very strong discussion in Russian internet. Why can you when we speak about copyrights, then the forever punishment is kind of ludicrous, and even the progressive jurisdictions like in Norway, which a month ago has made the first decision about limiting access to the site. This is kind of online censorship in connection with copyrights. Well, all these different measures are suggested in different countries of Asian region and Russian Federation and United States, so as to correct the copyright, so as to make it more serve the interests of the copyright owners. Well, the internet community, the users, have their own opinion in this respect. They say that the copyrights do not correspond to the digital realities. It is necessary to expand the ways of proper usage, when the users can use the creations without the freedom and without paying some compensation, because this is the problem of public, of course, ownership. You know, today copyright is supported by the legislation of all countries, which is up to 100 years sometimes. In Mexico it is 90 years. That is why some opuses, some creations are protected and cannot be used without the permission of the author about 150 years. Well, of course, this is not corresponding to the needs of the society. The society needs to have access to these things earlier. And in Russia comes forward such and why, for example, the Soviet cultural heritage, the things that were music and movie have been that were created in the Soviet time now are being protected by private organizations who do not allow the art, the science of the Soviet time to have free access, which is indeed, well, the forbidden use of, as you know, the author, the copyright is protecting not only classical creations, like in Germany, for example, are copyrighted also food photos. Like if you take a photo of something in a restaurant, then in Germany it is considered to be, infringement of copyright. If a chef has, for example, made a dish, you can't photo it and disseminate it, because you are infringing the right of the chef who has decorated the dish before serving it to the restaurant visitor. Well, these other things, farmers are unable to to maintain their tractors, DRM, because the farmer can't have access to the software of its tractor or to maintain it. He must ask for permission and ask for the specialists to come to do this maintenance for unbelievably expensive payment. A lot of people do not like it, and so it creates infringements for progress, and that is becoming a serious problem for the digital community as well. The creations protected and the software is protected. You can, for example, buy a book in another country and go to another country, and you can't read it because the copyrights of this country are different from the copyright of that country where you have purchased it. So, one of the most rational suggestions is minimum the 25 years. And I think even 25 years is too much today. Today there is a suggestion to squeeze it down to 10 years or even 15 years. The Piracy Party considers that is the reasonable, is 10 to 15 years. And after that it could be freed. Formal procedures. In a digital age, formal procedures have quite big significance. Copyrights do not need any formal procedure. Any creation is immediately covered under copyright, and in digital age, when we have millions of opuses in the network, it's difficult to understand what's protected, what's not protected, and to creation of a united register of identifiers. And the Convention of Geneva, then reconsidered in Paris, it allows that the national legislations would allow, say, deponating the identification of content according to not identifying the machines, but when the identifier is given to the content. And in the register you can see data about the object, who's protecting, who's the owner, and how you can acquire rights for using it. And it seems to me it's quite a reasonable idea. Non-commercial usage of creations is also very important. It's not quite correctly translated, because indeed, sharing, when you are doing it in social networks, in forums, in blog platforms, of course you have to have the right to use without the permission of the owner of the rights and without paying some compensation. Nevertheless, this right is limited today. It is in the Russian Civic Code, it is said that the user, when necessary, can make a private copy. What does mean when necessary? Nobody understands when this necessity comes forward, and what is the amount of that necessity. And of course, this is the global reform of copyright, doubtlessly, which is necessary for the whole society, for the whole public, because the majority of countries is connected by Berne Convention, which means that without the 100% of all votes, anything cannot be changed. And as long as there are countries that want to change the international authors' rights, well, it is impossible to change that convention. The only thing is to come out of the convention, which for many countries will mean coming out from TRIPS and WTO, because the legislation is built in such a way that Berne is one of the fundamental cornerstones for the protection of intellectual property. That is to say, that is a very, very complicated step. Many countries can't afford or can't make their minds to do it, and they are, in a sense, caught by this convention that was signed in the 19th century. Reform of copyright in Russia. In Russia, understanding that the copyright is lagging behind the development of digital technologies, they undertook a whole range of measures so as to improve the situation with protecting copyright in the networks. Firstly, this was the anti-piracy law, which indeed created humongous alienation in the community. Nevertheless, the law was adopted. By the video content, it is already operating for 3 years. Very often my friends ask me, who know that I am dealing with copyright issues, what has changed in the Russian internet? Because the global changes are invisible. Correspondingly, some resources are blocked, like, for example, as the book site Flibuster, which is the flagman of the book piracy movement. And as well, Flibuster, for example, does not place any advertisement and does not monetize the traffic. They allow everybody to come in and to download the book or to upload the book. They don't accept any compromises with the copyright. Now there is a decision to block Flibuster all over the country for violating the right on the book of Ray Bradbury, 450 degrees Fahrenheit. If you have read, you know that it is in the book there is an episode where they are firing books, and it turns out that websites are going to be fired for violating the website. Some sites have bought a huge pool of new IP addresses and domains and are just jumping from here and there, and it allows the users to use the resources of BitTorrent networks and streaming sites and whatever, you know. And actually, the adoption of the second package of anti-piracy law did not have any radical impact on the situation, and happened what we warned about. Exactly because the copyright is protected from the moment of creation. It doesn't require any formal procedures. It gives a possibility for so-called copyright trolling, blackmail to the owners of the sites to pay something for not banning it through anti-piracy law. And we have seen already some first cases. In one of these cases, court cases, the owner of a football video content applied to the court complaining against the site, which is football fan site, claiming that these formers are infringing his copyrights. But and by the material of the case, it was clear that the site uses YouTube codes, and the owner himself has uploaded the content to YouTube, and the owner of the site just has taken the codes of YouTube with the content of the owner with his advertisement, but nevertheless the owner decided that his rights were infringed. And of course this mechanism gives possibility to anybody to apply to the court of demanding blockage of some, well, if you have painted something and placed it in Facebook and somebody has posted it, and you can just apply to the court demanding to ban Facebook because they have this creates huge possibilities for copyright trolling. And that was not the end. Mr. Mikhalkov appeared last year with the idea of global license. In Russian internet, they called it taxing internet. The idea was, let's legalize all piracy content in the network, and the operators of the connection will just levy something, quite little money, around 200 rubles per year for each device that is connected to the internet. According to this idea, well, this idea was first suggested by Mr. Fisher from Harvard University, but Mr. Mikhalkov and his team have distorted it a little bit. It was suggested to analyze what content is being used by the user and then redistribute the collected revenues between all the copyright owners. But the copyright owners did not like. They said, we don't want Mr. Mikhalkov to collect our money and then redistribute it. It's enough that Mr. Mikhalkov has been doing this already for many, many years. In Russia, there is something like, they call it a dummy tax per, say, carrier. A little bit. Well, nobody liked the situation, and the money is distributed not transparently, and actually it is rather, I would say, organized crime group under the coverage of copyright is collecting levies and is from the society. Although the idea had its supporters, but nevertheless, well, different other suggestions were also made. The critics were speaking about the fact that in the recent times the trends in the network are towards protecting and cryptography, that it would be impossible to analyze HTTPS traffic, BitTorrent traffic, and other types of protected traffics. So to understand who's using how much content and who's to be paid how much would be impossible. Plus, the money that would be spent on such infrastructure is more than it is possible to earn from it. So the idea was buried last year in spite of the negative response of the Mincom Svaz. I know that the idea is not buried yet. They have taken it out from the coffin. And I read yesterday that the structure of Mikhalkov is again suggesting the same idea, simply spice it with different sauce. And why doesn't all of this work? Why all these anti-piracy measures do not work in full scale? And why is there a constant fight of creating say reefs in the or dams in the ocean? Well, there are a number of international studies which say that digital piracy has no impact on the volume of the sales. Well, London School of Business, Harvard University, Norway University made such research, and a whole range of other scientific works were made devoted to digital piracy. Nevertheless, the lobbyists of the industry do not read these materials. They continue to push, and they continue to insist that they are losing money, and they are calling for fighting against the piracy. Nevertheless, in spite of the possibility of creating of digital copying, there is unprecedented growth of creative activity in all spheres, in music, in literature, and we understand that for the authors, creators of the content, that's not a problem. And the second, the development of technologies. When new legislations come forward that are, say, limiting the possibilities of copying and allow the user to prosecute the users, then technologies do not stay where they are, and they continue to developing as quicker than the legislations. One of the most prominent pirate services, Tribla, and this is it is based on BitTorrent protocol, and it allows also as a Tor to share traffic through onion routing, and no IP addresses not visible, so to understand who's doing what and who's giving what content is impossible. The program is working without centralized service. The server that keeps so-called cache data on information and content makes very easy the exchange of information. Another decision is Popcorn Time, application that allows to exchange piracy films. Nobody knows what to do against this. This is an attachment that is working on the end user and so allows to share traffic. S-Stream is one of the developments of Ukrainian company. It allows not just to download torrent files, but to watch them in streaming. It's clear that downloading starts to die. When they would destroy by tractors DVD discs. So technologies came forward and won the situation. Today as well, downloading is going away, and more people are using streaming in the real time because nobody wants to wait. Well, rapid development of cryptography. I already said today more resources are transferred to HTTPS, which does not allow to analyze traffic through DPI and to see what packages of data are being transferred, so as to make countermeasures. And after a whole range of legislation in Russia that was fixed, the very growth of the use of the Tor Onion browser quite anonymously, and all these measures do not allow to follow and to fight with the old measures with digital piracy. And of course, creative industries are growing, authors are not embarrassed or don't feel inconvenience with the monetization of their content. New and new forms of communication appear of the authors with the end users, avoiding the labels and publishers, and the systems of crowdfunding, crowdsourcing is created when the authors can create content for the money of those who are interested in this. And more technologies are developing, and this does not create hindrances for creative people to work. So we suggest you not to lag behind the time, spirit of the time, not repeat the mistakes, don't increase the author's right in, say, in favor of those who will catch the fish in the dirty waters. And we suggest those who have rights learn what reforms of copyrights are going on in Europe, the Party of the Greens and the Pirate Party. And last year there was a big research among the population how the piracy is infringing their life. And well, you will have all this access, all these materials at the addresses I have listed here, and familiarize yourself with the results of the research of all these organizations, and they suggest new mechanisms of more adequate regulating the copyrights today. And in the conclusion, I would like to wish our old pirate this wish: copy everything and be happy. Okay, let's thank Sarkis for a very interesting speech, and I suggest our participants, if you have desire to speak, to it, and then we shall start discussion. My name is ArmIGF, company ACF. Thank you very much for the speech, for presentation. I'd like very much to learn what do you think, what is the solution? What society we should have, or we are going to have. As long as we started from the presentations, I tell you what am I representing now. Our problem is the problem of ISO codes, which is about the labeling of Armenian scripts, the internet content that is created in Armenian language. The label as such in 90% of cases is _AM label, but the problem is that the content written in Armenian language is actually multi-language Armenian. There is Eastern Armenian, there is Western Armenian, there is Grapar. In case of Eastern Armenian, we have the classical Armenian, the contemporary Armenian, and the Armenian gesture language. All these languages are to be labeled correctly and indicated in all the pages what is the language used in the content. Otherwise, it is like kind of a mess. Companies that are creating something, transporters, they try to translate Grapar into English or Armenian. Those who are creating such contents, they are unable to without semantic analysis, to analyze semantically the content of the page and understand what is the language. Same problems are faced by those who are digitizing. In our archives, we have materials in Eastern Armenian, in Western Armenian, in different orthography, and there is a committee on international standards which indicates several options of Armenian. Well, sometimes in future when we start to analyze the sites and manage to find information from there, we are going to face very serious problems. Two problems we have. One is that we have to create content in a literate way and then label it accordingly, whether it is Grapar, Eastern Armenian, Western Armenian, or whatever. And the next problem is that in the Committee of Standards we can make changes only applying to the state. International Committee of Standards, there are 2 or 3 labels there which we, in our opinion, do not correspond to the reality. That is to say, the labels are few, and the Committee of Standards has adopted several labels which is not reflecting the whole reality. Well, in future, when the semantic web will be expanded, we are going to face serious problems because we don't have labeling of the language. This is our problem I'd like to raise. We have the suggestion, simply corresponding bodies should come together and make decision, because what we have in the International Committee of Standards, nobody knows who has made the suggestion and why it has been accepted like that. That is to say, our institute does not know who has accepted it. Who knows that there are only 3 labels, but why the others are not there, why the labeling is not complete. And the next question is that we are not, even these labels, we are not using them. We are using only one label, language hi.am, which is going to create huge problems for us in future. Yes, we wanted to open Wikipedia in Western Armenian language, because only Eastern Armenian is registered as a language. The others, Western Armenian, for example, is not registered as a language. It is registered as a dialogue. That's why dialect. Sorry, that's why it was not possible. And from police, I think they will always have something to say from the police. Hovsepian Samvel, the Department of Cyber Crimes of the Police, Republic of Armenia. And today, the international society, when speaking about cyber crimes, they understand 2 types of crimes. Crimes that were made through computer, against the computer information safety, and other type of crimes was that were done with the help of computer. And in 2001, when after signing the Convention on Cyber Crimes and ratifying it in 2006, next year, 2004, in 2006, in the police, we created our Department of High Technologies, and in 2008, we created the National Contact Point 24 7, which is included in the Convention on Cyber Crimes and the international network of the Big 8 of crimes made through digital devices. And we are able now to make inquiries, and in the sphere of copyright issues, our department is mainly doing the activities of technical support. And we have a separate department on intellectual property, and our department is mainly doing protocolizing and surveilling or shadowing the hardware. And there is a contact point, as I said, and if there are that is necessary, we can also make inquiries to similar departments of other countries. Besides that, the police has developed a whole package of changes suggested for the criminal code, which assumes that changes are to be made in Article 188 of the Criminal Code, like infringements connected with crimes done through internet or such communication lines. Consider it as... Okay, and David Alaverdzian, please. Good morning. But for representing media company MediaMax, I am also professor of Yerevan Journalistic Department, and I am teaching new media, and the problem of content is really very close to my interests, and our recent research is about the content of New Armenia Media. I will be more than happy to share with you with my opinions and with my impressions. I want to tell you that we have huge problems connected with new media, which are dealing with connected with the copyrights, and there are a lot of technical problems. Another very important problem is violating private data, and we have in Armenia such sites which consist of Facebook statuses of people, and the majority of the statuses are not agreed upon, are not permitted by the authors. So, and simply these statuses appear there through violating privacy and through also copyrights. So for that much, maybe Petros would give me a chance to, or give chance to speak more about this. Well, when we're speaking about internet, violating copyrights, that's not only peculiar to internet in Armenia. If you, for example, would listen to radio news, -1 to radio news, which have their own products, and they have their journalists, and they collect some information. The rest are just copy-paste from internet, and no owned production. So in Armenia, this is widespread something. Before that, we were talking with David, and sometimes we are writing articles, and there is a site which every time when we do something, they just take our articles and place them. I call always and to say, dear editor, please take it out, this article from your site. And he says, first time he says, you know, our journalist was new. He did not know that you should not do this. The second time he says, well, now this is another new journalist. And the third time says, oh, sorry, that's my fault. And you don't know what to do to litigate the person, to take him to the court, but he's always polite and he's always very nice. When you call the person and he says, you know, well, this is for your benefit, a lot of people would read you. You say, thank you very much, I don't want, I have my readers, don't think for raising my rating. And all these arguments he brings forward. Well, we do have this problem, as I said, and you don't go to the court usually because it is socially maybe not. Well, Sarkis spoke about the international experience. There is a little difference amongst us. The number of readers and the budget and all the relations, financial and other types of and rating relations are not high, are not big, you know, and as they say, the stakes are not high amongst us, but the means are, the media means are really very many. So the international practice that you presented is not practical for our country. It's interesting for me. How do you see these solutions in our small field when 40 media sites can appear every day, and 39 from these 40 would be infringing the copyrights? Your time would be not enough, even if we take, suggest, say, you will lose everything on the way. You will, when the, say, violators are more than the users. How do you see the solution of the problem in such situation? I think that in digital age, the only decision to be successful in selling the content is the creation of service, creation of usability. And if in one sphere, say 10 entrepreneurs are doing the same thing, only that one will win, who has more high quality content, better usability and better service. And that works. That works on the example of a humongous number of means of information. Media, you speak about media, exactly text media, you mean articles, you mean, yes? Well, doubtlessly, those projects that are working today, even in Russian internet, I would tell you, like a wonderful example of Medusa, which is one of the new media, which survived from Russia. Well, somebody thinks that they went away themselves. They were just squeezed out, sorry, not survived. They squeezed out from Russia. They give very high quality content and they have 100,000 users. They are working on standard advertisement model. Other media are working on subscription. The question is not even in money. When we speak about piracy, and when they say that users do not want to pay, I say that's nonsense. When in 90s there were these small tents with pirate CDs, and people were buying these low quality CDs with 10 movies, that was not a matter of money. Give better service and people will pay. And this happens in all creative industries, from movie publication to media business. I'd like to say, to add, Petros was speaking about that there are some sites which are creating contents, and there are some sites, hundreds of sites, which are using and copying this content. But we speak here not about the fact that they are making a copy. They are copying, copy-pasting. Somebody is creating a content, somebody is stealing it and placing it in absolute same form as in the sometimes they give links, sometimes and very often they don't give link. Turns out that some people are wasting resources and money and doing some creative work, but still parasites are, say, getting advantage of it, raising their rating and whatever. That's exactly what Petros was speaking about. We have found some solution to it. It was, we had an ethical problem as well. And we had an ethical problem as well, as I said, because the majority of these people are our colleagues. And let's say they consider that they think that they are our colleagues. So we would not like to sue them because court is rather long, it's cumbersome. There could be some we first called all of them, as Petros said. We asked them take out or take off this article or that article. Then we we were tired and we just signed an agreement with a legal company which is doing this instead of us. And we would use some logical links, our personal, some connections. Lawyers use more strict formulations which forces people to stop reprinting, copy-pasting our materials. There are questions, I think. I have a couple of questions to Mr. Novsepian. First, I have read somewhere, does the police have an agreement with Facebook, YouTube and Google about removing the content? My first question is that. In connection with content, these systems, they have their, in them they have such systems inside which allows to make claims for removing content, because I read somewhere that police has a separate agreement. No, there are no such agreements. And one more question. Which body in the police makes decision on removing the content? Because this could be national security, say, this could be your department, this could be some investigative bureau, and at what stage? I speak about the criminal, say, act, well, the investigative department, in the investigative community. We are just protocolizing the fact. We are protocolizing the fact. And does anybody do filtration of content? No, nobody does filtration of content in Armenia. Thank you. I liked very much presentation of Sarkis. You said you are a member of Pirates Party, but you absolutely not like a pirate. I am not a journalist, but I have a lot of friends in journalism, and I am surprised at something. You never speak about interactivity. I want to understand. Today, one and only way is to give high-quality content interactively. I've seen, shown, and people would do this always, regardless of laws, and no legislative mechanism will help this. Internet is not physical world; it is digital. While the attorneys are creating laws, or I don't know, MPs, and how can I become member of your pirate party? That was the question. You were absolutely right. We say that while the law writers are writing the law, pirates write code, and it's easier to write the code than the law. Yeah, you can join our party online. We are accepting everybody because the pirate party is not registered in Russia. For 3 times we were rejected registration. Most probably it won't be registered in near future. That's why we don't care where are you from. If you want, pay the membership. You don't want, don't pay the membership. Support our ideas, and we want to be understood on the level of our perception of digital world. If you feel the world as we do, then you are a pirate. Well, there are really a lot of pirate parties in Armenia. Simply they are titled differently. So if you want to participate in any pirate party, you won't be disapproved or disappointed in Armenia. My question is to Sarkis. What is the situation? When we're sitting at home and switch on popcorn and start watching this content, every time we see that in our computers there are some contents which are got by torrent, and you are constantly having some content which is, if this is so, then everybody is to be, say, punished, everybody is to be taken to jail as violators. From one side, well, I want to ask this from that user side. Everybody can get into internet and download content, and in the course of the downloading, a lot of things happen. A huge amount of operators are working, electricity is used. We have reached such situation when, well, we can just switch on the computer, search what we want, and download things and use it. Doesn't this mean the wasteful usage of resources of this kind of Internet of Things chain? Is it correct to pay just 5,000 drams and have access to all the infinite resources of the world, which are not finite actually, which are... What do you think in this respect? Seems to me that, of course, there is reasonable seed in what you said, but I do not think that this is just wasting resources. Internet gives new opportunities for creative industries. And when you spoke about wasting resources, you meant useless for whom? For those who are the owners of the rights or owners of the industries, infrastructures. When I'm watching a movie, I don't watch it. I watch it because I want to watch it, and I even can pay for it. But the question is, I'm paying 5,000 drams, but I am taking more resources from the world than these 5,000 drams worth of the 5,000. Ինչ ասեմ, ասեք ուրա տեխնիկը թող գա, թարգմանություն չկա, ինչ որ բան ստեղ։ Բայց ես իմ գործն անում եմ։
Ну, я по-русски отвечу, надеюсь, что большинство понимает. В моем понимании, в любом случае, пользователи платят.
Well, in my understanding, in any case, the users pay. Even if free of charge you watch a movie, you are going to movie. Well, if, for example, your favorite director or favorite actor is making the film, you are ready to pay for it so as to enjoy it as soon as possible. Not because you can find it in the internet. You want to receive enjoyment right now and here. Same is about the music sphere. To download an album of a musician that is paid in the iTunes, you will go to his concert when he comes to your city, and you will not spend your money for buying the album. But as long as the majority of people are insolvent and they can't pay money for the whole content, they are spending this money selectively, and that's why, regardless well described it, but nevertheless everybody wins, everybody makes money on it, and the result, the owners of the infrastructure that make money on the traffic, and the users themselves that this way or that way are realizing their content. Vivid example is the well-known movie Game of Thrones, which was the most pirated film all over the world, and the owners, HBO, the owners of the film, the creators of the film, at one time they said that they are not bothered by piracy, but more and more people all over the world managed to watch this film. Many have watched it free of charge, but the majority of the users, when HBO will come to their country and the price will be low, they will buy, by all means. They will buy paid subscription to that content because the content is familiar to them, and that's exactly what's happening. I just want to add something. When HBO says that our money is not being cut because of that, because of the pirate versions, the question is, who is subscribing with HBO to watch Game of Thrones? And when you watch it, you don't pay money for the traffic. You pay, the provider doesn't make more money from you. The same is Netflix. If Netflix gives content, the providers should do so as the users be able to watch it high quality from Netflix. And so to do it, the providers raise the traffic, but they can't raise the price because the people will run away to other providers. And if the Netflix or HBO is not streaming high quality, again they will choose another provider. So the providers are raising the traffic. Netflix is winning, HBO is winning, providers are losing money little by little, and we are not paying for it, but the resources are being spent. That is the reality. Well, savas o tenkshin shumi ma inchishnchenk o tsaxvuma. Well, our time is close to the end. Alexander from Russia, colleague on Pirate Party. You were asking the question. Sarkis was really very euphemistic in his reflections about. The question is that who's successful? He is creating interesting content, and you can sell it through iTunes or something else. As soon as you have learned about something, you buy it, and if you are doing something which nobody is interested in it, but you are somebody respected because you had received money from state, like Mikhalkov, nobody would like to, nobody I think would like to buy and watch Mikhalkov's contemporary films because Mikhalkov can't make money in iTunes. That's why he creates this internet taxation, internet element of dummy taxation. Well, the invisible hand of the market shows who's successful in creating profit, who's not. And in Russia there were such talks. We wrote a beautiful article, but we were copied. 10 years ago this stopped, because the side that is writing successfully, he will find people who will make it more successful. And contemporary society moves very quickly, and even just placing news late is not useful. The others would copy you for optimization of the search engines, but if you are best, you will be the first always. Well, I understood that this pirate party does not like Mikhalkov. Nevertheless, our time is over. I want to thank all those who participated, and I think at 1 o'clock there's going to be the last panel session. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Oops.
Copyright-ը։
Հեղինակային իրավունք։ Intellectual property-ն էլ մտավոր սեփականությունն է։ Intellectual property-ն էլ մտավոր սեփականությունն է։
Vai.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear guests, dear participants, well, we could say that the time has closed to conclude our work, regardless how sad it is, but it's a fact that we have to finish. We have to say that our conference did have some organizational shortcomings. Nevertheless, it reached the goals, it met the goals that were pre-planned. Before saying the final word, I'd like you, so as the heads of these sections would in brief present their work, so as we could sum up in full the work that has been done in the course of the forum. That's why I'm inviting the heads of the sections. Mr. Martirosyan is where no new media session was monitored or led or presided by Mr. Martirosyan, and now tell us a couple of words. Yeah, I assume so. I'm on. And our group was most probably the most fighting one, because new media are constantly raising arguments, starting from the fact what is a new media. We argued indeed a lot, especially there comes the question whether those who are writing in Facebook could be considered as mass media or not, whether in our country, which has quite serious problems with the neighboring country, there should be some restriction on the dissemination of information so as to avoid misinformation, disinformation or panic, especially in current political situation. The opinions were quite different, starting from returning back to Soviet time censorship to doing nothing, leaving it all laissez-faire. But at least we agreed in one question, all of us, that it is important to educate the society, starting from schools. We said it won't be bad, so as there be a subject media literacy at school, because that would allow each and every citizen to understand on their own whether this given information is correct or not, whether this is propaganda or somebody is trying to feed some false information to them. So I think that the discussions were quite interesting, especially from the point of view of raising new questions. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Martirosyan, I will say that the next session was round table, and before passing the floor to Marit Paulina, well, I want to thank everybody, all our guests, for very active participation at the round table, and I think that the round table gave very interesting results.
So, hello everybody, my name is
Ողջույն բոլորին, ես այսօր Եվրոպայից եմ, իմ անունը Մարիտ Պալովիրտ է, եւ մենք խոսեցինք ինտերնետային կառավարման մասին Հայաստանում, բայց նաեւ խոսեցինք այդ մասին նախկին Խորհրդային Միության երկրների կտրվածքով, ու հայ գոլեգաները ներկայացրին իրենց նոր ինտերնետային կառավարման հանձնաժողովի նախարար ձեռնությունը, կարծում եմ կարող ենք շնորհավորել մեր հայ գործընկերներին այստեղ, ինչպես նաեւ մեր գործընկերներին, որը այդպիսի մի շատ լավ նախաձեռնությամբ են առաջ եկել եւ ջանք չեն խնայում, որպեսզի ինտերնետային կառավարումը, որը այդքան էլ ակնհայտ հարց չի Հայաստանում, այսպես ասած, իրականացնելու համար, եւ նաեւ շատ հետաքրքիր էր խոսել, թե ինչպեսին են փորձերը ինտերնետային կառավարության հետ կապված, լինի դա քաղաքականություն, լինի դա տարբեր ինչ-որ հարցեր, լինի պարզապես լավագույն փորձի կիսում, կրթություն, դե ինչպես կարելի է այդ փորձը կիսել, օրինակ, նախկին Խորհրդային Միության երկրների միջև, եւ այս առումով մենք քննարկումներ ունեցանք մասնակիցներից Ռուսաստանից, Վրաստանից, Հայաստանից, Қырғызстанից.
Share experiences. I'm not sure that we arrived at a very definitive conclusion, but I think the agreement in the end was that it would be useful to have some kind of political platform, not political, platform to discuss and share experiences. And perhaps this would not be related to policy issues, it could be simply on internet best practices, etc. And I think it would be a very valuable thing at least from our ISOC perspective, because we would certainly like to see more contributions at the regional, European and global level from this region to the internet governance discussions. So I would encourage you to continue these discussions, and we would also be very happy to, if we can at all, to help and try and develop these ideas further in the future. So thank you very much, and congratulations to all the partners and for the successful events.
Thank you, Marit. Հաջորդ ուրեմն սեկցիան ուրեմն ցանցի չեզոքության Holy Race Իքայինի մասնակիցը համեցեք
Participants from ICANN այստեղ switch on your microphone, would you please? Thank you. Մենք շատ հետաքրքիր քննարկում ունեցանք.
What are the elements of network neutrality? And if there's a conclusion, it is that network neutrality means many things to many people. I reviewed the FCC statement in 2015, the most recent one, and its history, with a possible conclusion that, once again, the statement about the FCC will be overturned. I pointed to the Australian experience, which is a very, very different meaning of network neutrality, which has no statement about network neutrality, but a series of legislation. Sorry, louder. Okay, I've got to pretend I'm teaching. That would suggest that the elements of network neutrality, some of them are met. The other discussion was about network neutrality in Europe, where in fact there's been a very recent statement about the principles. We await what will happen in terms of the implementation of those principles. But in the end, the summation was, if you're going to define network neutrality, you have to look at a number of elements. What will the role of government be? What will the role of the internet service providers be? What will the legislative framework be? The role of content, and that's going to be a national decision based on culture, whatever. And then there are the elements of discriminatory practice. What do you discriminate against or not? And some of the reservation about the FCC's experiment is it is no prioritization, which will undercut the revenue case for possibly expanding the network for a range of reasons. So in fact, if there's a conclusion, it is, all of us say the term network neutrality, but we possibly mean very different things for government, for the ISPs, and indeed for the user. Thank you.
Thank you. Էլեկտրական գործիքներ, էլեկտրական
Electric devices for electric society. I'm sorry, it was electronic devices for electronic society. I will tell you that indeed we had a very, very good discussion with the participation of experts. And firstly, it was the informative part, the informative part, where we just presented the situation, current situation in Armenia, and those challenges that we are facing today. From the point of view of using electronic devices, the main problem that was raised was conditioned by the fact that in the reality today there is no public demand for digital devices, although the devices are everywhere and are widely used, but the real demand is on very low level, and actually the supply is bigger than demand. Somebody cried out, give an example. I can give an example, of course. And by the way, that's not an example, that is an overspread phenomenon. From the statistical point of view, the use of the electronic devices is very, very on a low level. Let's take even the most widespread electronic device, which are the bank tools, bank instruments. Well, actually, these are I'm sorry, maybe I was wrong to translate what was said as device. It should be translated as instruments, like banking instruments, and by the way, this is not Armenian phenomenon, it is peculiar to all developing countries. The first recipe is electronic literacy. So, and with all possible means, we have to work with the society to raise the electronic literacy of the society, which includes not only education, retraining programs, but also public awareness, marketing, all implementation of the marketing tools, and specifically the use of the existing platforms. I mean schools, TV, higher educational establishments, etc. And secondly, today, more is being invested and more is being promoted, are being promoted resources, digital instruments which are not that much demanded, but more though, say, some instruments that are for maximizing the profits of those who are promoting it. Let's bring the example of the state, who is today the leader in our country for using electronic instruments and information technologies, that majority, the biggest user in our country and the biggest amount of orders for using electronic instruments belong to the state. So firstly are being developed those instruments which are increasing, maximizing the revenues of the state rather than the society. Even if we look at the success that we have in the sphere of electronic services, we can state that if we did not have today the mandatory electronic system of taxation, we would not have the system of the identification cards, because the majority of the consumers apply for receiving ID cards not because the electronic services are developed in Armenia and they can use it for different needs, but they are forced to do this because they are working in a company or somewhere and they have to pay taxes through these ID cards. That's not that healthy from the development of, from the point of view of development of electronic. And there are another such ludicrous things, like we have banks where the implementation of electronic banking services is paid, which is to be vice versa, on the contrary, because this is to be done, this is done, and the same is to be done by the state. I bring the example of Estonia. When they implemented the electronic taxation system, they, as a motivation, they used the delay in the time for paying the taxation, which created motivation for people to say, take their time to learn how to do it. The next main element of yesterday's discussion was that Armenia is to be not only a consumer of electronic services, but also a producer of electronic services. And this is very important from several points of view. In the first, the knowledge and the resource and the value added will stay in the country, and they will become something exportable, which is important from economic point of view. Then it is important from cultural point of view, because this value which is being created by the information technologies through the electronic services, it disseminates on different public levels. And the best example of it is Estonia, which has become leader of electronic services in Europe, actually. They are a country that is exporting electronic services, and these two components supporting each other are pushing the progress forward. And the approach of our speakers was that in the production of electronic services in Armenia, there must be taken into account specifically the encouragement of local production and development of local economy. Thank you, Mr. Ciobania. Next, our session was devoted to content. We shall ask Siranush Vartanyan to sum up. Thank you very much. Siranush Vartanyan is my name. I am representing ICANN, Asia and Pacific Internet Users Union of ICANN. Touching our topic, I'd say that we had rather interesting discussions about copyrights. Was presented the legal fields that is regulated in the experience of some countries were presented, how the piracy acts in several countries, and also was spoken about how the authors, what is the attitude of authors to these matters, that authors sometimes think that the laws are too mild, and from the other side, the internet society thinks that these laws, on the contrary, are too strict, ruthless. Also was spoken about the piracy, net piracy. There was a message said by our main speaker, like copy and be happy, whatever. And also it was said that the labeling of the Armenian script is a very serious problem for us, because the Armenian language is a multi-language phenomenon, east to west, and the labeling is something absolutely essentially necessary for us. We should pay serious attention to it. We had also in our group representative of police who spoke about several approaches in the sphere of cyber crime. We also understood that, unfortunately, there is no filtration of content by the police, because they are not entitled to do so. And we spoke here that our problem is more connected with copy-paste rather than pirating, because the personal statuses of Facebook are just copied by one media and placed in their pages, and there is no option for regulating it. Although one of our participants said that they have found the way of dealing with it. They have taken a group of, they have found some way applied to a group of attorneys which is dealing with this, because they have no time to do each part. But nevertheless, this is a humongous problem, and there is to be something is to be done with it. And of course, we spoke here about presentation, about allocation of quality content, and so as to be competitive in this sphere, the quantity, the content is to be qualitative. And in the result, there was also another message, give the best and you will be the first. That was it. Or on the contrary, be the best and you will be the first. Cyber security. Inna Holodova, please. I am representing Internet Union, an organization that is organized within the Internet Union. It is titled CERT, Computer Emergency Team, Response Team. That session which I participated, there they usually spoke about the personal data, about the implementation of the laws on personal data. They touched as the technical problems that are dealing with the implementation of this law and monitoring it. And it was also spoken about what are the problems connected with the implementation of this law. We spoke about the not full understanding of the importance of preservation of personal data by the society. We spoke about the personal problems as well, technical, sorry, not personal, technical issues which are unavoidable when the country is connected with the worldwide net. The country, the cable and the exchange of data take place on the territory of another country. The cable passes through the territory of other country, and that creates additional issues. So, and when say the devices situated on the territory of this country are under private in the hands of a private organization. It was said as well that the educational programs are very important, in particular in connection with the internet security. Some lack of education is evident there, which is to be satisfied. And those organizations who already, those who are acting in Armenia, the role of their activeness is to be increased in say, speaking about internet safety and those issues, and timely whistleblowing or giving information about it. Thank you very much, Mrs. Holadeva. With great respect, I want to pass the floor to Internet. Murad Zancher. Dear participants, I want to express my deep gratitude to the sponsors of our event. Firstly, you see here Internet Union, which is the platinum sponsor of our, and Mrs. Marite is representing it, and I want to express my gratitude to the global internet community in Marit's face, and I ask you to pass our gratitude to Frederick Dong and to all those who have participated and supported us. I also want to express my deep gratitude to ICANN, who has been with us and who has always been sponsor of this organization, in face of Mona and Luna, Mona Luna, whatever, and Mikhail Yakushev. I don't know whether Mikhail is here. My deep gratitude. ICANN and Global Internet Union give high importance, so as in all countries the governance forum takes place and becomes something traditional, and we hope that in future we shall be able to organize these kind of events with the help of our local sponsors. But of course we shall never say no if international organizations would like to sponsor and help us. Well, I want to express my gratitude to our foreign country participants who have found time and accepted our invitation and came to participate in this forum. And my biggest thanks to Mrs. Holly, who has arrived from Australia and participated in this event. Thank you, Ali from Bahrain. Thank you, Dusan from Serbia. Thank you. Our guests from Belarus, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzia, and Georgia. Thank you, colleagues. And by the way, we are going to attend your event if you are going to have some in the near future. And as neighboring countries, we should be always collaborating closely. I think that, nevertheless, this forum was successful because the discussions were very active, a lot of opinions were expressed, and now we have this task that we should sum up all these opinions and develop a project or some protocol that would be able to react to Armenian problems. And we hope that there will be continuation. Maybe we would create concrete working groups, and as I said in the very first day, we are ready to the Internet Community NGO is ready to provide its time and facility and organizational resources to provide to these working groups that would work. Of course, I spoke about the main sponsors, but we have also local sponsors and I was reminded not to forget about them. So as we would be successful with this event, and among those sponsors are UCOM, ABC Domain, and Hyper in Space companies, which have provided their modest but very, very useful resources. And if we have more such sponsors, then of course in Armenia, Internet will have a better development, quicker development. With this I want to sum up. I want to thank everybody for participation, and I want to wish you all the best, health, and be happy. Copy and be happy. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, dear participants. Mkhitaryan, по-моему. Sorry. Mr. Mkhitaryan, of course, said all the words of gratitude, but I think we have to thank all the participants, local, those who have come from abroad, and all participants, because actually this was the very first Internet conference, Armenian. We have also to thank. We have to thank as well all moderators, all speakers, and I should say that we have collected rather very, very rich material, and we need time to sum up these materials. This was a big assistance for our commission, and this was a big help for the Internet Commission for implementing its for the future legislative changes. Well, it gave us rather rich material, and we are only thankful for it. As well, it coincided, this Internet Forum coincided with the entry of High Domain. I want to thank also Liana Galestian, who made a wonderful presentation. So actually the first awareness campaign on High Domain started in our conference. Once again, I want to thank Igor Mkhitaryan and to congratulate him, the president of Armenia's Internet Community, who I think is working with very, very young enthusiasm, and we want to congratulate him and wish him health and well, of course, we could speak long, say, and good words, but I want to here highlight one very important thing. The friendship of people is close to everybody's heart. But I think with this conference we have created some platform of internet friendship with the participation of our friends from abroad. I think that this collaboration will continue as in our professional life, as in our personal, say, human relations. Thank you. And I want also to thank our sponsors, and I want to wish you safe journey back home and new meetings in future. Thank you very much. I want to add 2 words, dear friends, that this event was organized by the Internet Governance Commission, actually, which was created thanks to the support of the Ministry of Transportation and Communication. And I want to thank the Ministry of Transportation and Communication in the face of Gagik Tadevosyan and Gagik Grigoryan, who have not saved time and effort to organize this event and be with us. That is very important for us, indeed. Can't overestimate, because the participation of the state in such event is more than significant, more than important. It makes this event multi-stakeholder, because the participation of the state was absolutely essential. Thank you very much, Ministry of Transportation and Communication. Do you have something to say, Mr. Grigoryan? Okay.
Thank you very much. I wanted just to take this opportunity to thank everybody, the host, the organizer, being a person coming from sort of a little bit different region, different culture, but I was very much happy, and the topic that was discussed was so much interesting. I've learned a lot about the community, about Armenia, and I hope I have delivered some fruitful information in my session as well. I have participated in the e-tools, and I spoke about the e-commerce and fraud, which is something everybody in the digital business is looking into. So I take this opportunity to thank all the organizers and the hosts as well again, and the sponsor as well, inviting me here and taking this opportunity for me to learn and to give. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Bolorit.
So everybody is invited to have a lunch. And with that, our work will be finished. So bon appetit to everybody. And I want to express my gratitude to all those volunteers who have supported us very much. Thank you that there is so much enthusiastic youth that is participating as volunteers in this kind of events.